Summer greetings from Boston as the Cubs go for a sweep tonight. Interleague action continues. It's WGN Sports on the U, bringing you Chicago Cubs baseball from beautiful Fenway Park, the Cubs and the Red Sox. Great to have you with us. It's been a fun series. Jim Deshaies and Len Kasper. If you like pitching, this is the place to be. The Cubs have outscored Boston 4-1 combined in the first two games. And let's focus in on that ninth inning last night as the Cubs grabbed game two.
The Cubs scored the first run of the ball game on a fielder's choice. They scored the second run and the decisive run on a sacrifice fly. Rizzo single, Castro double. What new? He's got a ton of those, among the league leaders in two base hits. Then Luis Valbuena delivers the sac fly off Koji Uehara. And that was all the Cubs needed. The pitching, again, outstanding for Chicago last night.
Big defensive play. This actually ended the game as Valbuena gets Pedroia called out. John Farrell, as he should have, challenged it, but the call stood. Cubs very happy to win that game, and the Cubs got off to such a bad start on the road, but now they've won 6 of their last 8.
Yeah, it's still just 17-26 on the road, but a nice turnaround, fueled again by the pitching. You see the runs per game has not changed over these last games of a .95 ERA, and the Cubs are 6-2 in their last 8 roadies.
And a long trip. This is game 3 of 11. Monday night, Jake Arrieta had a no-hitter into the 8th. Last night, Edwin Jackson with one of his better starts in quite some time. We'll talk about the starting pitchers tonight next. Baseball brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Cubs continue to get stellar starting pitching. Jake Arrieta had a wonderful month of June. He capped that on Monday. And then Edwin Jackson last night, very good as well.
Yeah, Arrieta dominant as he has been in recent starts. Edwin Jackson pitched around a little trouble last night, but ultimately put up very good numbers. We'll take a look at those numbers here. Arrieta, 7 2/3 of one-hit baseball. Of course, had that no-hitter up until giving up that base hit to Stephen Drew. Edwin Jackson, 6 innings of 6-hit, 1-run baseball in last night's ball.
And Jackson got a no decision in that game as the Cubs won it, as we mentioned, in the ninth. Travis Wood will make his Fenway Park debut tonight. He'd like to cut down on the walks.
Yeah, 5 walks last time out. He was able to pitch around it, pitch a pretty credible ball game. We take a look at the numbers on him in May, 4-2, despite a 6.62 ERA. Better here in June, 2-1 with a 3.19. Like Edwin Jackson, he has really struggled on the road, so hopefully he can put that in the rearview mirror as well.
And right-hander Brandon Workman will not only face the Cubs for the first time, he'll face a National League opponent as a starter for the first time.
Yeah, he's been in the bullpen, he's been in AAA, he's been in the rotation for the Red Sox. You see his numbers as a starter, 1-1 with a 3.60 through 6 big league starts this year.
Cubs have already clinched the series. They go for the sweep tonight. We're in Boston for Cubs baseball next. A lot of hot stove artists as well. That band, I'm trying to remember the name. Well, anyway, we'll
Chicago.
Figure it out later. Europe or Asia. Same era. We're here at Fenway Park, and the Cubs go for the sweep, already winning their first series here at Fenway Park since 1915, when they swept the series against the then Boston Braves of the National League. Let's get the Cubs Mazda lineup brought to you by Mazda and the 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity. Chris Coughlin once again in the leadoff spot. Justin Ruggiano is going to play center. Both guys with a couple of really nice defensive plays last night. Anthony Rizzo at first. He scored the game winner in the ninth. Starlin Castro, the shortstop. Luis Valbuena DHing for the first time in his career. Wellington Castillo, the catcher. Nate Scherholtz, good numbers at Fenway, had the game-winning homer Monday. Mike Alt, Connecticut native, will be at third. Darwin Barney at second, batting ninth.
And the Red Sox in the field. A little different look. Johnny Gomes gets a start in left. He's got the rookie Mookie Betts in center. Brock Holt has played all over the place for the Red Sox. He finds himself in right field tonight. Bogarts and Herrera on the left side of the infield. Our first look at Herrera in this series. Dustin Pedroia, 3-time Gold Glover at second base. Mike Napoli, the first baseman. A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. 25-year-old right-hander Brandon Workman on the mound for the Red Sox tonight. Pitched 9 times, 6 as a starter, 1-1 with a 3.27 earned run average.
Recently served a 6-game suspension for his actions against Tampa Bay on May 30th when he threw behind Evan Longoria. He has not gotten even 3 runs in support when he's been on the mound in any of his 6 starts.
See that whip is very good. OPS against very good. Strikeout walk rate sitting right at league average.
That's Jerry Meals, the crew chief, back at the plate. Paul Emmels at first, Chris Conroy at second, Jordan Baker over at third. Some ominous looking clouds off in the distance. They're expecting rain at some point, but hopefully well after this game ends. So we're in the low 80s, very humid here in Boston. The Cubs have not scored more than 2 runs in each of their last 4 games, but they've won their last 2. How about this? This year they're 4-28 when they score 2 or fewer, and half of those wins have been the last 2 days. So when you get great pitching like they've gotten, you'll always have a chance.
Yeah, well, it's a combination of things, right? This Red Sox club is really having a hard time scoring runs, and that's not to take away from what the Cubs pitchers have done so far in this series, but they're really scuffling. Jake Arrieta has been as good as anybody in baseball for an extended run now, and so it all adds up to the Cubs not needing to have to do a whole lot offensively to win the first 2 games of this series.
Red Sox 38-46. The Cubs 36-46.
What are we waiting on?
I don't know, but Brandon Workman.
TV.
Yep.
Those jerks.
National broadcast tonight. Workman is ready to go. And we still wait. Those darn TV crews.
TV people
they mess up everything.
Well, a big right-hander out of the University of Texas pitching for the Red Sox tonight. Fastball, cutter, curveball, and a change.
And he's ready to work. And a strike on the outside on Chris Coghlan. Cubs 6-5 all-time in interleague play against the Red Sox. Wide for a ball. 2-0 Monday, 2-1 last night. And 2-1.
Trying to establish that fastball away. Workman opened the zone a little bit so far here. 3 pitches in. See, last night we had Jordan Baker umpiring home plate. He's the tallest umpire in baseball at 6'7". Jerry Meals back there today is 5'8". And our theory last night was that Baker would call the high strike and not the low one, and that pretty much played out. We'll see what happens with Meals back there this evening.
I'm thinking more of a lower strike zone.
No.
Well, it's 3-1. Here's a pitch. It's high and a leadoff walk.
That's been part of Coghlan's game throughout his career. Patient guy, willing to take a walk, usually above league average in terms of walk rate.
Ruggiano, the center fielder. Workman will check on Coghlan.
So they're playing for a double play in the middle. And Bogart's the third baseman is a little tight to the line there, so a lot of room to operate on the left side of the infield for Ruggiano. He's got a lot of room in that Tony Gwynn hole between third and short.
Long pause by the right-hander. Now the pitch. It's in there. Red Sox pitching staff has held opponents to no more than 3 runs in any game in their last 14 here at Fenway. That's the longest such stretch in club history, according to Elias. And Elias had another really good note here. regarding the last few games here in this ballpark. The last 5 games here. 1-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1. That is 1 game shy of the all-time record for consecutive games at one ballpark with neither team getting to 3 runs. You wouldn't think Fenway would be on that list, would you?
Well, it's honor of the World Cup.
There's a drive deep to left, and that baby's gone. A 2-run homer for Ruggiano. First one to go over the monster in this series, and it was a moonshot. 2 batters in, it's 2-0.
2 has been the magic number in the first 2 games of this series. We'll find out whether this holds up or not, but a great start for the Cubs. Slider that backed up on Workman, and bang, Justin Ruggiano with his 3rd home run. That's our speed replay, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Over the monster, and the monster seats in left. Now Rizzo, ball 1. Now just read the note, right? Last 5 games at Fenway, nobody has scored more than 2. And almost on cue, Ruggiano gets the Cubs to that number.
Well, I haven't seen Workman pitch. I don't know if he usually works up in the strike zone. Some guys do, but he's been up with a lot of his pitches so far here. Up again.
3-0.
Having a hard time getting on top, and we've got an emergency meeting at the mound by the former catcher Mike Napoli, the veteran, in there to talk with the young right-hander, try to settle him down a little bit. Workman pitched 20 times with the Red Sox last year, mostly in relief. He made 3 starts, 6-3 with a .497 in 2013.
3-0 green light.
A little late getting started. Get that foot down in time, and he's behind the fastball.
Ball 4.
Wow. He got squeezed. Yeah, on the plate, bottom of the knees. There goes the short umpire with a little strike theory. We'll throw that out the window early.
Well, maybe he just missed one. Here's Castro. Showed you in the open his big double last night that set up the game-winning run. Followed a Rizzo leadoff single and came before the Valbuena sac fly. Rizzo takes off for second, and he's safe. He steals a bag. Second stolen base of 2014 for Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, not a big part of his game, but aggressive here. The Cubs putting a little pressure on Workman as he struggles to find the strike zone. Rizzo gets a great jump, has to restart. Get a good look at the jump there. Not a whole lot on the throw.
13th of his career. Missed again. 2-0. A lot of hitters counts here early on. Really good away from Wrigley Field. Three balls, no strikes.
They're scrambling in the Red Sox bullpen right now.
4 batters in. John Farrell not too thrilled with what he's been watching. Davis, a pitching coach. Felix Dubrat starts to throw. 3-0 on Castro. We'll see if he gets the green light. He did.
He was late too. Went after a bad ball.
Three and two. So the mindset right now for a starting pitcher, right off the bat, walk, homer, walk, all these 3-ball counts. Are you telling yourself, calm down?
Yeah,
or are you going, oh man, I'm not going to make it?
You want a mulligan is what you want. You want to start all over again, but they don't
That's
allow
not an
you to
option.
do that. No, you can't do that. You hope that hitters keep chasing pitches out of the strike zone, as Castro has done here in this at bat. No, you're just trying to find your release point. You're trying to, hopefully something will click. I'm a little surprised that they haven't thrown a breaking ball. A lot of times when you continually miss with a fastball up, the best way to fix that is to try to throw a breaking ball pitch. You really have to focus on finishing and getting through the pitch. And maybe once you bounce a breaking ball or throw some kind of an off-speed pitch down, that allows you to get through the fastball and get that down in the zone a little bit better as well.
Out in the left center, it'll get down, and Rizzo will come around third and score. Castro with an RBI single. It's 3-0. 4 batters in.
Say time and time again, starting pitchers typically vulnerable in the first inning as they try to settle in out there, establish their stuff, get comfortable, find their release point. None of those things have happened yet for Workman.
And before those things, or if they do happen, Cubs want to take as much advantage as they can, and they have so far.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you'll hear, in the dugout before the first inning. Hey, be ready to play. Be ready to play. Good at bats. Focus early.
Valbuena, the DH. Still nobody out.
His previous 6 starts, he had only allowed 4 first-inning runs, so it hasn't been a real issue for him prior to tonight.
Short lead by Castro, the kick and the pitch. And it drops in low on a breaking ball. Cubs will fly to D.C. after this one. Off day tomorrow. And then a late morning start on WGN Friday, 4th of July, 10 a.m.
Brunch in baseball on the 4th. Watch a ball game and still have all day to go out and fire up the grill and jump in the pool, go to the beach.
Castro runs. The pitch is a strike. The throw in time. 2 steals in the inning. 3rd of the year for Castro.
7 steals, 1 caught with a big right-hander on the mound. Pierzynski's thrown out a little under 20%. League average is 26%. Still nobody out.
Workman's 1-2, and now Buena strikes out. That's out number one.
And the Bronx cheers made its way to Boston. Sarcasm from the natives.
Now the catcher, Wellington Castillo. With Castro at second, one away. He just joined us, Justin Ruggiano, with a 2-run homer after a leadoff walk to Chris Coughlin. 2 batters later, Castro singled in Rizzo to make it 3-0.
You were asking about what you think as a starting pitcher. The advantage that Workman has here in the American League is that they're not going to hit for him. So if you can turn it around and pitch, you can hang in there, pitch deep into the ball game, give your team a chance to win, perhaps even stick around long enough to pick up a W yourself. In the National League, when you get down early like this, you're thinking, oh, this could be a short night. They might hit for me, by the 5th inning if I don't get this thing really turned around.
In the air to center, and it'll be caught by Betts. Castro will tag and easily make third. 2 outs. Nate Scherholtz, the 7th batter of the inning. We made reference to this earlier this year, but even though he's starting tonight, the Cubs doing this without Travis Wood's bat in the lineup. Definitely advantage Red Sox when you consider they get Big Papi and the Cubs don't get to use Travis Wood with the bat.
And the National League games, Travis Wood has a decided advantage over his opposing number just about every time he pitches.
1-0 on Scherholtz. He hit a game-winning homer 2 nights ago into the bullpen out and right.
He's had really good swings in both games of this series. He's had success in this ballpark in the past. Not a real big sample, but appears to like playing here at Fenway. Must see the ball well.
He just broke his bat. Little flare. Pedroia with the leap and the catch, and that will end the inning. But a big first one. Justin Ruggiano with a 2-run homer. Cubs lead 3-0. Red Sox coming up. Sitting on 450 career homers, the latest coming Sunday night in New York. Napoli, Johnny Gomes with his only start of the series. Bogarts at third, really struggling. A.J. Przinsky's got 3 hits so far in the first 2 games. Mookie Betts in center, and Jonathan Herrera plays short.
Well, let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Boy, they played a very nice game defensively last night. All 3 of the guys in the outfield made outstanding plays. That would be Mr. Coghlan, Ruggiano, and Schierholtz. Mike Gold gets a start at third base. Has to be a big night for him. He's a Connecticut guy. Starlin Castro at short. Darwin Barney doing his thing at second. And Anthony Rizzo's the first baseman. Wellington Castillo is the hind catcher tonight. Travis Wood is pitching. He's done that 16 times already this year. He's 7-6, has an ERA of 4.52. As we mentioned in the open, much better at home than on the road. His ERA on the road is up over 6. Not a big strikeout guy. His walks are up a little bit this year. His ground ball rate is higher as well. Typically when he's at his best, a lot of weak pop-ups.
He starts Holt with a strike. Holt can hit lefties. 350 this year. Third best average among left-handed batters. Wood had a good month of June, a 3.19 ERA, but as you mentioned, he walked a lot of guys. 18 walks in 31 innings in June. For the most part, was able to work around that. Did not give up more than 3 runs in any of his starts in June. 1-2 the count.
And there are the numbers for Brock Holt versus left and right. Pretty impressive stuff. 350 against southpaws. Short stroke. Doesn't try to hit the ball over the wall, so it allows him to hang in there against lefties. Cubs defend him accordingly, pretty much straight up.
Pedroia on deck. Another 1-2 on the way from Travis Wood, and it's hit foul off to the left.
Travis, a fastball that will sit around 88 miles an hour. Cutter is his best pitch. He'll throw a slider, a curveball, and a changeup. Got the curveball going early last time out against Washington. Some starts he rarely uses that pitch.
Pulled to right. Schierholtz coming over, and he makes the catch. As we enjoy Hall of Fame journalist Peter Gammons. He can rock. We always rock with him at Hot Stove. You can tweet us your Cubs selfies at #WGN Cubs. Doug Stanton, our associate producer. Is that their mascot?
Yeah, Wally.
Wally the Green Monster.
Wally the Green Monster.
Here's Pedroia, 3 for 5 last night, 9 out of his last 15. Uniform not really dirty at the moment, but it probably will be within a couple of innings. It's just kind of how he rolls.
Yeah, he should have an endorsement deal with a laundry detergent. Like Pigpen.
And a base hit, cut off by Coghlan. Pedroia is on with 1 out for David Ortiz.
Pedroia gets a fastball to his liking, middle in a little bit.
Poppy really digging in there. About 30 seconds to digging a hole for his back foot.
Dig, dig, spit, clap, clap.
0 for 5, 2 walks in the series. Wide for ball 1. .399 of those homers as a designated hitter. That's an all-time record at that position. Wood has a sign, and his 1-0 offering is in there at the knees.
How many little leaguers, amateurs, high school players in this area do you think step out and do that?
A lot.
Spit and clap thing.
10 years ago, it was doing the batting glove bit like Nomar. Now it's what Poppy does. Good block by Castillo. 2-1.
Willie about as good as they get back there in terms of knocking the ball down, keeping it in front. He's taking a peek down there, especially with a left-handed hitter up. If he sees a guy get too big of a lead, he'll take a shot at him.
Got the big shift on, so Old playing between Barney and Rizzo over on the right side of second base, with Castro manning the left side by himself. 3-1. Tip on a home run cut. 3-2. You
get paid to drive in runs. You like to swing the bat and hitters counts. An aggressive swing there on 3-1. Travis able to tie him up with good movement inside.
Fly ball deep to center, but a lot of room out there. Pedroia is going to tag as Ruggiano makes a catch. It's 420, just to the right of dead center. And that's basically where Ortiz hit the ball. 2 down.
Mostly a hitter-friendly ballpark, but pitchers with the room to make a big mistake out there in the triangle, deep right center field. Good read on this ball by Pedroia, realizing it was going to be caught, getting back, tagging up, and moving into scoring position.
Well, this ballpark will give you some home runs in a couple of strategic spots, and it will take some away in that area. There's Napoli, runner at second, 2 gone. Inside on a cutter. Back our way.
I mentioned Travis his struggles on the road this year. His last road start, however, was brilliant. 8 shutout innings against the Phillies. It was 3 starts ago. Took a no-hitter into the 6th.
Won his last 2 on the road, in fact, at Pittsburgh, and then the one you mentioned in Philadelphia. Inside on Napoli.
Yeah, that bloated ERA, bloated road ERA. Point to a couple of starts. 2 2/3, 10 hits, 7 runs at Milwaukee May 30th. And then at the White Sox on May 7th, 4 innings, 8 earnings.
Napoli 3-1. Johnny Gomes on deck. Full count, 3-2.
With the best pitch, the cut fastball, and he just threw a dandy there, moving down out of the zone. Napoli, it seems like every at bat in the series is hitting 3-1, 3-2.
Three of last year's ALCS at Detroit homered off Justin Verlander in their 1-0 win. He draws the walk, so he has not picked up a hit in this series, but he's reached 3 times on walks.
Travis comes back with pretty much the very same pitch. This time Napoli able to lay off and get himself on base.
Johnny Gomes. He's got a little pre-pitch ritual as well. Gets those batting gloves ready, but it's more about the helmet. Make sure that helmet fits. Guys, former Reds teammates, Wood and Gomes in the strike. Gomes has always had some flair, beard, funky haircuts, tattoos, but when you become a member of the Red Sox, you can really let it go. They encourage it here, don't they?
That's kind of been the norm.
Yeah.
With Johnny Damon in that group.
And back to the band of idiots. Cowboy up, all that.
Yeah. Well, kind of wanting to be the anti-Yankees. The Yankees perceived as corporate. Like those great Oakland A's teams of the 70s. The swinging A's.
See the outfit he wore during BP yesterday?
I saw a picture.
BP had the American flag kind of styled shorts and a shirt. Rooting on Team USA in the World Cup. Drives this one to center. It's going to hold up, and it's caught by Ruggiano. He hit that one right on the screws, but right to the Cubs center fielder. Till Tuesday as we go to break. 3-0 after an inning.
The trifecta of injured Cubs there: Bonifacio, Fujikawa, and McDonald. Illinois Bona Joint Institute, helping you move better so you can live better. Visit ibji.com.
Dropkick Murphys. Mike Alt will stand in. First action of the set. He's from Branford, Connecticut, about halfway between Boston and New York. Went to more Yankee games as a kid growing up, but his fourth ever big league game with Texas in 2012 was in this ballpark. So that was quite a thrill. So Workman really scuffled in the first inning. He's going to get Alt on one pitch. Herrera makes the play.
Next homestand, the Cubs celebrate the 1960s with festivities that include music, food, and giveaways from that decade. For more information about the year-long celebration, visit WrigleyField100.com. The Cubs will match up against the Braves. It's just a short 3-gamer right before the All-Star break. It starts the next Friday, the 11th. Visit Cubs.com to pick up your tickets.
Ball one on Darwin Barney. He's from Oregon. He actually grew up rooting for the Mariners and Red Sox. First ever major league game he saw was up at Kingdome between Boston and Seattle.
Is that why he adopted the Red Sox?
I don't know.
His East Coast team.
Fly ball out into center.
Whoa.
Betts came way in and realized he went a little deeper than he thought. 2 outs.
He does not have a lot of experience in the outfield. Middle infielder, second baseman. They've got that position covered with Pedroia. So Betts moved to the outfield down in the minor leagues this year. But had only played 29 games in the outfield prior to his big league call up. And he had not played anywhere above A ball prior to this year.
Coghlan started his minor league career as a third baseman and second baseman and then to the outfield.
Yeah, I guess he would have been blocked by Cabrera and Ugla at the time, right?
Yes. Breaking ball strike. Workman now trying to get in a groove. Swing and the miss. Enjoy Buffalo Tom. 3-0.
Saturday, July 12th, first pitch at 3:05. Come early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Billy Williams retired number flag presented by Wrigley 5 Gum. Tickets are still available. Visit Cubs.com to reserve your seats today.
Happy birthday, America. Xander Bogaerts.
I thought he was saying happy birthday to Gary Stark. It's his birthday today.
It is. The Cubs assistant clubhouse manager on the trip. On strike. Bogaerts really scuffling right now. 0 for his last 19, 2 for his previous 42. This is what you get with young players. They're going to go through stretches like this. Deflected off the glove of Wood. Castro will get him 1-6-3. We've got some trivia for you tonight.
We're always looking to improve.
As we enjoy some new kids on the block. Which two players did the Cubs receive for Theo Epstein? There was some compensation involved. He became the Cubs president of baseball operations. Grab this one off your iPod. Here's Brzezinski. AJ had a hit off the bench, one of the Red Sox 2 hits Monday, and then had 2 more last night. Also was intentionally walked. Ran into an out early, and there's another hit. Finds the gap. Ruggiano will cut it off, and this time Brzezinski will hold with a single.
Yeah, he had really been scuffling prior to this series, but he's swinging it well here against the Cubs. Normally is the case.
Betts' 4th major league start since being selected from AAA on Saturday. 0 for 7 in the series. The bonus question is, who did the Cubs get? They got a player as well. And I don't think in those types of deals you can just trade an executive for players or like a manager for players. You have to have player for player. Center field, Ruggiano will make the grab. He hit some balls hard, but for outs here early on. 2 down in the inning. So let's get the answer. Red Sox got 2 players for the rights to basically hire away Theo Epstein. Chris Carpenter. Remember him? And he's now in Japan. They also got a right-hander, Aaron Kurtz. The Cubs received Xander Bogaerts' brother, Jair Bogaerts, March 29th, 2012. It's a base hit into right center by Herrera. Brzezinski to third. They're at the corners.
Three hits, a walk, and some solid contact for the Red Sox hitters so far here tonight. They have not crossed home plate yet. That's obviously Travis Wood's main concern, but Red Sox having a better luck at the plate last night than they had the first couple nights of this series.
Pitch to Holt is a strike on the outside. down by Castillo. By the way, Jair Bogarts was released shortly after that trade from the Red Sox.
Lou Piniella was traded from Seattle to Tampa Bay as a manager.
Ozzie Guillen. Red Sox to the Marlins. Bernie Harwell got traded once, minor league team.
Yeah, the Atlanta Crackers.
Dodgers, I think.
Yeah.
Strike two. 1-2. Played outside. Singles by Przinsky and Herrera. Here in the second. Cubs got 3 runs in the first off Brandon Workman.
It's like a hitter's strike zone tonight.
Shout out to the Velez family watching and rooting on the Cubs tonight. 2-2 will not happen just yet. Now we're ready. Swing and the miss. This doesn't sound like Boston, but it is. Dick Dale from here as we go to break. 3-zip Cubs. July 2nd, 1967, the Cubs jumped into first place behind Fergie Jenkins. The latest they had been in first since 1945. 40,000 fans refused to leave until they changed the standings flags. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Dance. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Donna Summer. 3-0 Cubs. They go for the sweep tonight. And the guy who hit the go-ahead home run will lead it off. Justin Ruggiano, 2 batters in, took one over the monster.
Took advantage of a struggling Brandon Workman in the first. He was up with a lot of his offerings. Couple of walks, home run, single. Cubs scored 3. He was much better last inning. We'll see how he does here in the third.
Fouled off for a strike. Ryan Dempster and his foundation wanted us to mention this Saturday, or I'm sorry, a week from Saturday, July 12th, Howells and Hood on Michigan Ave. They're hosting Toast the Champ. Tickets are $75 each. You can go to DempsterFamilyFoundation.org for more on that upcoming charitable event. Cub and Red Sox. Ryan Dempster as Ruggiano strikes out. Number 3 for Workman.
Yeah, Workman throwing that fastball right over the heart of the plate. The most surprised guy in the ballpark, Ruggiano. Didn't think you'd see that with 2 strikes and no balls.
Here's Rizzo, former Red Sox draft pick, 6th round, 07. Hustles one out into shallow left center for a base hit. Make sure you check out our WGN Baseball blog, WGNTV.com. Sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 36 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. We'll take a look back to that July 2nd, 1967 game in which the Cubs jumped into first. Game notes for tonight as well. WGNTV.com. Rizzo on Castro, who singled home Anthony in the first inning. And no pitch. Time was called.
Rizzo stole second base when he was on in the first. Holding the ball a little longer there. Castro ultimately decided to ask for time. Meals granted it.
Well, the good thing for the Red Sox pitcher, pretty much every time he goes out, you can call it a workmanlike effort.
I was sitting on that. I was going to use that later. Now it's gone. Now what am I going to do?
It won't take much to top that, believe me. Outside, ball 1. Nationals going for the sweep, tied with the Rockies 3-3. At the end of 5, McHenry with his first homer for the Rockies. Jason Worth is hit number 7 for the Nationals. We'll see them on Friday. See, the Reds got swept in San Diego.
How about that?
Shut out on 3 hits today. 3-0 Padres. Tyson Ross dominated. First career shutout.
In other Padre news, they signed Seth Smith to a 2-year extension.
Reds won 6 of 7 to start their 10-game trip and then lost the last 3. Popped up, short center. Pedroia will go out and get it. 2 down. Before Valbuena steps in, we want to send along our condolences to the family of Richard Deke Wozniak from Peru, Illinois. Lifelong diehard Cub fan. There's many children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren raised in the Cubs family as well. up and in on Valbuena. Yeah, I mean, it's just a game you cannot figure out. If you try to, it'll bite you. The way the Reds were playing going into that series, remember they just swept the Giants in 4 games at San Francisco. If I had told you the Padres were going to sweep them, you'd have thought I was crazy. Padres won one of those games on 1 hit. Two 2-0 on Valbuena. Rizzo at first, 2 outs in the inning. Chopped foul to the pull side.
See it all the time, right? The cyclical nature of baseball. Teams run hot and cold. Guy's hitting a $140 one day, and 2 weeks later he's got a 13-game hitting streak going.
Even the best teams in baseball lose 60 to 70 times a year. That's over 2 months of losses over the course of a long summer. So you're going to have some bad stretches even if you win a division. Up the middle, right behind second. Herrera will throw to first to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's the Cubs 3 and the Red Sox nothing.
Premier seating for up to 200 for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF.
Jay Giles Band, great Boston band, great live act in the 70s and 80s. Travis Wood deals to Dustin Pedroia. Ball 1. So they held the Red Sox to 1 run in the first 20 innings of this series. Pedroia stays hot. 3 hits last night. He's got a couple tonight, and a big turnaround first, and a good throw back in. Keeps him to a leadoff single.
You want to teach a young guy how to play the game of baseball, just have him focus on Pedroia. He just does everything right. Great approach at the plate. Doesn't chase many bad balls, but he does all the little things. Out of the box here, he's thinking too. He's going to press the issue. Good aggressive turn at second base, or at first base rather. Makes no assumptions. Going to give himself a chance to get an extra base. And he knows when he has to drop anchor and scamper back.
Play by Ruggiano. Cubs outfielders have done a nice job in this series. Not an easy place to play. Teams didn't like the call. Right field is almost like playing center. There's a lot of room out there. And while you don't have a ton of room in left, you play all the angles off the wall. Would have been both low and outside, but
interesting because Meals has been mostly tight back there tonight.
Right field in trouble. And it'll be a double. The only good news here is Pedroia will have to stop at third. That is the 1,000th career extra base hit for David Ortiz.
Stayed in there nicely on the breaking ball, and Travis Wood in a bit of a predicament. Second and third, nobody out. You're talking about Pedroia's approach and talking about young players watching him, young kids. There's a lot of major leaguers that should watch Dustin Pedroia run the bases and say, you know what, I should be doing that.
I was talking with Rick Renteria yesterday before the game and about, you know, energy and youth and how important that is for a ball club. And he said, look, I wasn't very good when I was at this level. But he said, one thing I did is I played hard all the time. And he remembers veterans coming up to him. Napoli back to Wood, and the runners will have to hold. That's the first out. He said there were veterans who went up to him and said, you're making me look bad. And his answer was, this is just how I play
the game. Yeah.
But if you get enough of those guys to do that, everybody else can't help but do it, or you're going to be the one who really stands out by not hustling.
There's a thing, you know, there's such a thing as false hustle, but that's not what Ricky's talking about. He's talking about playing the game hard, playing the game the right way. And that's all any manager would ask of his guys.
Yeah, I would say that's the one thing that is pretty common among all big league managers. Just give me a full effort. Well, Wood got the first out. The Cubs will give up a run here to get the second out on a ground ball with a 3-0 lead as Gomes takes strike one. Willie will head on out and they'll talk it over.
Well, the one thing you have to be careful not to get away from if you're Travis Wood is the cutter in on right-handed hitters. It could be a little daunting for a left-handed finesse type pitcher to come to this ballpark with the green monster looming out there in left field, and you know, powerful right-handed batter in the box. But you know, his best weapon against righties is that cutter in on their hands. You can't afford to give that up. He should throw it right about now when Gomes right there. Helmet pulled down over his eyes.
3-run homer in Game 4 at St. Louis. World Series last year. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on him.
Backdoor slider.
Pedroia ready to tag. Luciano makes the catch, throws toward third. Sacked by Johnny Gomes. It's now 3-1. RBI number 28 on the year for Gomes. Great field level look here at the oldest ballpark in the majors, up to 1912. Looks like a shot of Wrigley, doesn't it? It's interesting how we only see, a lot of these American League teams, except for the White Sox, once every 3 years or so. And if things go as planned, it's not the way it always works out, but guys like Bogarts and Betts may be kind of leading the core the next time we see them. We just don't know.
Yeah, well, this kid, one of the top prospects in all of baseball, has got tremendous upside. Very young, he's strong. He's going through a tough adjustment right now, a tough transition at the major league level. You face pitchers who can command 2, sometimes 3 pitches. That's not often the case in the minor leagues.
Hello, AJ.
Bogarts has shown a willingness to expand his strike zone in this series. That's typical for a hitter who's scuffling the way he is. Trying to hit his way out of it.
Three and two, a run in. Ortiz out there at second. Pitch. He walked it.
Patient that time. Red Sox going through with Bogarts, what the Cubs are dealing with Lake and of course Bogarts pretty much in there every day. Same idea though, struggling at this level, and the one thing you watch a player, what does his body language tell you? Is he giving up? Is he getting beat up mentally? He's kind of hanging in there.
Well, good.
Seen some frustration from Junior lately.
Yeah, a good piece written by Joe Sheehan in his newsletter today. He doesn't have the answers. He doesn't know what's going on inside Bogart's head, but he brought up the idea of moving him from short to third, and at least threw out the question of, has he lost a little confidence, having been replaced at short by Stephen Drew. And if the Red Sox continue to struggle and we get into the second half of the season and they're, quote, not going anywhere, will the Red Sox think about moving him back to short? Maybe having Drew and some other guys fill in at third. We'll see.
Yeah, you're right. It's difficult to get into a player's head and know exactly how he's thinking. I think most guys are, they're able to separate offense from defense. To a certain extent, you would think it might take some pressure off of him moving to third base. A less demanding position, although not one he's used to playing as much. So there's that adjustment. It is a fair bit to put on a young player's plate.
Two, Brzezinski didn't like that call. By the way, I mentioned Ortiz with the 1,000th extra base hit of his career. Red Sox just tweeting he's the only active left-handed hitter with that many extra base hits. Punched foul on the left field line out of play. Sweep this time. The Astros getting swept at home by the Mariners. Chris Young got his 8th win today. Fernando Rodney with his 24th save. Mariners 5, Astros 2. Chris Young with a .311 earned run average.
Nice bounce back. The big righty out of Princeton. Yeah. Front door cutter. Thought he had him. Jerry Meals indicating to the Cub dugout that the pitch was inside. It was borderline.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Red Sox get 1. Wood limits the damage. 3-1 Cubs.
Beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
Going for the sweep here in Boston, 3-1. Castillo against Brandon Workman here in the Cubs' fourth.
Nine out of 10 retired by Workman since the RBI single by Castro in the first. That completed the scoring for the Cubs. They dropped that 3 spot on him. Second round pick by the Red Sox, June of 2010.
Two-zero count to Castillo. Vargas beat Kevin Correa. Royals shutting out Minnesota 4-0. Vargas 8-3. Correa now 4-10.
Saw Rizzo green lighted early. We saw Castro with the green light, his first at bat. Now Castillo hitting 3-0. See if they turn him loose.
Pitch walk to start the inning. Joe Mauer on the DL. Sprained muscle in his right side. Time running out to vote for your 2014 MLB All-Stars. You can help send your favorite Cubs to the All-Star game by voting up to 35 times at Cubs.com. Vote exclusively at Cubs.com or on your mobile phone. Voting ends tomorrow at 10:59 Central Time. Here's Sherholtz. And the way we mentioned, we'll have a Friday morning's game on WGN. We'll be on Sunday as well. And we'll hit the air at noon with the leadoff man. JD will chat with Jake Arrieta, who's scheduled to pitch that day. High and deep center field. Betts right at the edge of the warning track makes a grab. Castillo back to first. One away, and it'll bring up Olt. Rounded out to short. One pitch at bat in the second.
A fly ball like that, a speedier guy, I think he's better off retreating to first base and putting himself in a position to tag up in advance as Pedroia did earlier. Castillo not a real speedy guy. Been relying heavily on that cut fastball tonight. A lot of pitches moving horizontally across the strike zone to the right-handed hitters.
Tigers swept the A's. Justin Verlander back to 500, 7-7. 9-3 the final. So Detroit winning all 3 games of that series. Ground ball foul. Not bad. Ball girl the other night made a couple of great plays, and my partner made a great catch. That was the last foul ball right below us.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't get another one up here. I want to sit on that. The next one that comes up here, my fielding percentage will be cut in half, I promise you.
1-2.
Mike Golt, as we mentioned, first time up from this part of the world. His family, he said, pretty equally divided Yankee Red Sox fans. can't be both.
Monday night, look at that.
Yeah, you can't see enough of that. Probably should put that in the rollout every night.
I'm ready for one. I dropped one earlier this year.
See, and I told you before that one. I said, be ready up here tonight. We're going to get some action.
Mike Olt sends one high and deep, way back to left center. Gone. What a blast. His 11th. I'm sure that feels good for the struggling Mike Olt.
Boy, that one disappeared into the night. My goodness, did he put a hurting on that one. A no doubter on a breaking pitch from Workman. High into the night sky. Jeep out.
Leading all National League rookies with 11 home runs, Darwin Barney. Deep left, off the wall. And it gets past, and Barney's going to make his way to third. Betts with a throw. It's a triple.
Inexperience on the part of Betts out there in center field. He was doing a nice job of hustling over, trying to support Johnny Gomes, but he got too close to the wall. And great hustle by Darwin Barney. We talked earlier about Pedroia and running the bases hard, assuming nothing. Well, same thing here for Darwin Barney. High cutter, he unloads. And you see Betts is just caught too close to the wall, can't handle the carom, and Barney gets an extra 90 feet.
Infield coming in now against Chris Coughlin. 5-1 Cubs in the fourth. Strike one. More action. The Boston bullpen. That's DuBrant again. Slicing drive foul, out of play.
That man must feel like they're down 10, the way his offense has been struggling.
Lines. Gomes will make the catch. Barney tagging. He will score. Six to one.
Inside out swing by Coughlin. Barney scrambles back to tag as Gomes handles the line drive, throws a little bit offline, so Bogarts would drift it into a cutoff position, cuts it, and then the backhanded flip. And Brzezinski, I think he was hoping that ball would come through. I don't think he wasn't going to have a play. He talked to Bogarts after the play as if he thought maybe the young third baseman should have let that ball come through to home plate, but it was up the first base line.
Couple of 3-run innings, the first and now the fourth. And the lead is up to 5.
I don't know if Brzezinski thought that was a ball he could play on a hop and then dive back to home plate to beat Barney.
Luciano hooks one just foul into the corner and left. Deep breath by Workman. Big leg kick. Luciano, soft liner to Pedroia to end the inning. Breaking out the heavy lumber tonight. Mike Alt with a 2-run homer. That was pretty sweet. 6-1 Cubs.
Take place at the Sheraton Chicago Hotel and Towers on January 16th, 17th, and 18th. Room blocks are now open and can be reserved by visiting CubsConvention.com or by calling 1-800-325-3535 and asking for the Cubs Convention rate. All reservations at the Sheraton Chicago come with convention passes built into the hotel package. We'll see you then.
6-1 advantage for Travis Wood. He faces Betts, Herrera, and Holt. As DuBront continues to loosen, looks like that's it for Workman.
I don't even think you can say it was a Workman-like effort. Just a tough night for the young righty. Travis Wood has not had a 3-up, 3-down inning yet, but he does have a 5-run lead. To change up in there.
He had a Betts 1 and 2. In on the hands, and he fights it off, foul. The 8th did the trick. Called strike 3. And the third strikeout for Wood. Door cutter.
Yep.
Got the 3 off Brian Wilson in the 8th. Cleveland completed a 4-4 road trip. Crazy 7-2-4 triple play last night. Had 2 video reviews. And you were watching it today, and you're not sure
Yeah, it was
on either call.
Yeah, it was really interesting.
To the switch hitter Herrera, and he just got hit like on that left arm or wrist.
Talk about Wood having to throw his cut fastball in, and he's as frustrated as Herrera. Well, Herrera's probably not frustrated. He's just in a wee bit of pain. Scream at the hitter, get out of the way!
Back of the elbow. Here's a triple play.
And so we got Speedy D. Gordon tagging at third. There he goes, coming home.
1 out, 2 outs.
Then Puig takes off for second. Should have
3
probably
outs.
been there already. I don't know what he's waiting for. Puig originally called safe. So that was the initial review. And then they overturned it and called him out. So it automatically came out and said, well, what about my guy at home? We want to take a look at that. And that call was upheld.
That, by the way, angle looked like Puig was out. It's the only angle we've seen that
Show me again.
when he looked out.
Can we look at that again, or is it going to?
Yeah, we can do anything within reason. Strike called.
Yeah, I was looking at it on the computer over and over again today.
Yeah, but we didn't have that outfield angle. It looked like the tag was applied before his hand hit the bag.
Here's the first look.
So watch.
See, to me,
This one right here. Watch. Right out.
well, yes, maybe.
Well, they said yes. They didn't
Yeah,
say,
I know they
there's
did.
no maybe about it.
I don't see. I'm still not sure when the tag was applied. I can't tell from that angle. I'm a diehard. I have to be clearly convinced to overturn these calls, guy. I'm in the minority.
Two and two. So from the angles you've seen, you would have let the original call stand.
I have not seen enough in my feeble mind to overturn the original call. For me, and again, I've whiffed on any number of those this year because I'm looking for clear, convincing evidence that the call was blown. And so many times when we see the replays, I think, well, I can't really tell, and they overturn it. So I guess in New York, the burden of proof isn't as strong as it is in my mind.
Or
they got a different look.
Or they have a better look.
Or they're just better judges than I am. Perhaps they have a more keen eye.
Get down in left center. Herrera's going to hold at second. Red Sox have 2 on. They have already stranded 5 through 3. As you mentioned, Wood has not had a clean inning yet. He's only allowed 1 run to this point. It's a little tougher here now with Pedroia.
Well, not a bad pitch at all. He's got those big numbers against left-handed pitching. Continues his good work by just punching that one into left center. His first hit tonight. So many big innings are born at the bottom of the order. An 8 or 9 hole hitter gets on. Lineup turns over.
Throw to first. A little late. Planned play, and they almost got hold. Red Sox made a couple of base running gaffes last night. That would not have been a good time for them. Would have been a great time for the Cubs to get that second out.
Yeah, really well timed there. You see Rizzo holding his ground to the last, and he sneaks in behind Holt. Castillo gets off a good throw, and then he goes into umpire mode.
Interesting look back. Pedroia drafted in 04. He was a 65th overall pick in that draft. The Red Sox had lost their first round pick because of signing Keith Folk. So they lost the compensation. So he was their first pick in the draft. 65th overall. Not bad, huh? Worked out really well.
Yeah, it sure did.
Became an MVP. Bases loaded for David Ortiz. This Red Sox crowd hasn't had a ton to cheer about in this series. Maybe the biggest cheer was for Jake Arrieta after the no-hitter was broken up 2 nights ago, but they're in it now with the bases full. And Ortiz ready to hit, but Chris Bosio will come out first.
Nothing about this game has gone easily for Travis Wood tonight. Conversation. Here's what I'm thinking. What are you thinking? All right. Commit to it, execute the pitch, and let's go get them. So much easier said from way up here.
Say he kind of likes this spot. Outside ball 1. 12 years with the Red Sox, parts of 6 before that with Minnesota.
I think the strategy here is just try to suppress slugging. Just, fastballs away, cutters down and away. Don't want to make a mistake with a breaking ball here. You got a big lead. You said we don't want to walk anybody. Well, I'd rather walk him and have him jog around the bases and drive in 4. He's right up on top of home plate, covering that outside edge.
High drive to center. Everybody ready to tag. Luciano makes the catch. Herrera scores. Holt to third. You'll take that if you're Travis Wood. 2 runs for the Red Sox, both coming on sac flies. And 2 down.
Yeah, no doubt. Good trade here by Travis Wood. A challenge fastball. It's out over the heart of the plate, but down. Ortiz lifts it into center field, deep enough to get 1 home, but he won't be happy with that. He's looking for a big bite.
First and third, Napoli 0 for 1 with a walk. Wood pitching at Fenway Park for the first time, facing the Red Sox for the initial time in his career. As a sign from Castillo and a 2-0. Missed again. Gomes on deck.
Napoli batting .310 against left-handed pitching this year with a .459 on base percentage. He's only had one of his 10 home runs off of southpaws. They've been careful with him, and he's been willing to take the walk.
Ball 4. Four more walks tonight for Travis Wood.
Yeah, and I think that's where his curveball would come in handy. We've seen it in some of his starts when he's able to throw that curveball and get over curveball to start the count on 0-0 and throw it in the strike zone. That opens things up a little bit for him. He'll get hitters to expand the zone a little bit, swinging more cutters in on their hands. You know, fairly tight zone tonight from Jerry Meals, and that puts him in a bit of a predicament because he's not going to blow it by you with his fastball out over the heart of the plate. He's trying to stay on the knees, pick at corners, not getting those calls, or he's just missing.
Tying run at the plate, inside on Gomes.
I will say, you know, he's being tough-minded in that he's not getting frustrated and just saying, well, here it is, hit it, and throwing a, you know, four-seam fastball right over the heart of the plate.
Yeah, Chris Bosio talked about that. In this ballpark, you can't give in. If you do and you make a mistake, they will make you pay. 1-0. 2-0. Well, this is a spot where a lot of guys give in. Bases loaded in a 2-0 count.
Another guy with really good numbers against southpaws in terms of batting average and on base. 5 grand slams in his career. Trying to make quality pitches down around the knees. He can't get Gomes to offer, and Meals isn't calling it.
Look at the last 2 pitches in the same spot. He couldn't get either call. The tall umpire theory was right on the money, but the short umpire theory is not.
No, we're going to throw that out.
Gomes, by the way, in the front of the batter's box. That's a strike. A lot of guys put their back foot right on that back line. His front foot's almost on the front line.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to indict Jerry Meals here tonight. I think he's had a pretty consistent zone. And it's not like he's blowing obvious strike calls. It's just those borderline calls aren't going the pitcher's way for the most part tonight. They're pitching, hang with them, go to plan B.
Base hit left field. Holt scores. Pedroia stopped. You mentioned this, I believe, last night. That's usually a 2-run single with 2 outs, but not in this ballpark. The left fielder is a lot closer to home plate, and on a hard hit single, they only get 1, and here comes Rick Renteria. So Travis Wood with a big lead will not make it through even the 4th inning.
That stings, boy, when your team scores that many runs for you and you can't make it hold up. You're not around for the decision, but you cannot question Ricky Renteria here making this move.
So it'll be a bullpen night tonight. 6-3 in the 4th. leading by 3, but the Red Sox have 2 runs in here in the 4th, and they have the bases loaded with 2 outs.
I guess if you're going to come here and play at Fenway Park, you're going to have one game like this. You got to feel like an American League club. Pitching dominated the first 2 nights. The hitters getting some revenge here this evening.
The runners for you. Pedroia's at 3rd. Napoli's at 2nd. Gomes at 1st. And Bogart's the hitter.
Villanueva, since moving back to the bullpen, has pitched to a 2.55 ERA. That's when Jake Arrieta returned to the starting rotation, joined the starting rotation. Back on May 3rd, 15 appearances for Carlos in that stretch. We have the KG veteran Villanueva against the uber talented youngster Bogart.
Strike, and now Bogart steps out.
Splits on Carlos left-right. Left-handed hitting A.J. Pierzynski is next. Would be next. Will be next unless Carlos can finish the inning right here.
Curve for a strike. A fastball now for strike 2. 5th time Villanueva's pitched in this ballpark. Pretty tight zone tonight, but pitcher here getting the benefit of the first 2 calls in this sequence. 0-2.
Bounce breaking ball here. A hard slider off the plate. Left it in the zone. Got away with it. That's a bit of a mistake there. Got a young hitter in an anxious situation with the bases loaded. Sure, that pitch was meant to be off the plate.
Another 0-2 from Villanueva. He did not chase. Wood will just look on and hope a whole bunch of bullpen can close this one out. He will get a no decision.
How much of a beating that ERA takes depends on Carlos. Bogart's right here. Ball girls here at Fenway can flat out play.
You're right.
Not a bad try up and in with a fastball after the breaking ball down.
To the plate. 2-2.
Bogart's doing a nice job. A couple of chase sliders that he was able to lay off. Carlos, you get the jump on a young kid, you're thinking he's going to chase. I can get him to chase. And then he takes 2. Doesn't really flinch at either one of them. Question is, ultimately, does Bogaerts take a whack at one of those? He talks himself into thinking he's going to get a strike.
Called strike 3. On the slider. So the inning is over. They send 8 to the plate. They get a couple of runs and leave the bases loaded. 6-3 Cubs after 4. Keep the good times rolling in D.C. and we'll have games 1 and 3, including holiday baseball, 10 o'clock Friday morning on the 4th of July. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. The Nationals leading the Rockies 4-3 as they have gone to the 9th. Nationals looking for their 5th straight win. The Atlanta Braves leading the division and leading tonight. They've won 6 in a row. Braves with a 3-1 edge over the Mets in the 6th. Here's left-hander Felix Doubront.
And you saw his numbers there, 11 games, 10 of those as a starting pitcher. So 2-4, 4.99 ERA for Doubront. We'll move to the bullpen for both the managers here this evening. Just joining us? You're lucky. There's a lot of baseball yet to be played. We've played a lot already. And a ton of base runners.
Good night for Rizzo. Already a walk, a steal, a run, and a single. Feels like you need to add on a little bit here. 6 might not be enough tonight. 2 were plenty the last 2 nights.
Doubront, fastball, cutter, curve, and change. Not a hard thrower.
First time the Red Sox, by the way, have scored more than 2 runs in their last 8 games here. Snapped a streak of 7 in a row, scoring 2 or less. It was their longest such streak since 1932. Rizzo pops to left. Gomes with the catch. Castro picked up his team leading 48th RBI in the first inning.
Gibran, 26 years of age. He's from Venezuela. Just under 3 full years of major league service prior to this year. There's a little let up. Left-handed pitcher can have a lot of success with that approach in this ballpark. Soft away, turn it over a little bit. We talked about right-handed hitters coming in here trying to exploit the green monster. Go back to John Tudor in his days. Soft toss and lefty was so good here.
Brandon Workman just had the worst start of his young career. It was only the 10th. But he only went 4 innings, gave up 6 runs. Cubs jumped on him early. They got 3 in the first. Before an out was recorded, they got 3 more in the fourth. Castro strikes out. On the changeup.
That's the pitch he uses most frequently after his fastball, which he doesn't rely that heavily upon. He throws his heater 55% of the time. And then pretty good mix of the change, the cutter, and the curveball.
The designated hitter, Balbuena. Base hit. Got it past both Bogarts and Herrera into left.
Well designated. Better to be the designated hitter than designated for assignment. It would not surprise me to see that Dubron is actually better against righties than lefties because of that changeup. 11-6 last year for the Red Sox. Made 27 starts, a couple of relief appearances.
His career righties have been a little better. Appreciably so. He's given up more slugging to righties than lefties.
Yeah. That's almost always the case. When you look at those platoon splits. Not a bad looking pitch. So if Wellington was paying attention to the Castro at bat, he knows he can't sit fastball off this guy. And in fact, he can look for a changeup because here it comes. The guy just earned his giveaway a foul ball merit badge. Slowed him down. Now he's going to try to beat him with a heater away.
Hit in the air to deep center. Betts goes back to the warning track. It's gone. Wellington Castillo with a 2-run homer. He did not beat him with a fastball.
No, he did not. No, sir. He tried, but he couldn't do it. The 3 home run night for the Cubs, and all 3 of them really crushed. Ruggiano, Olt, and now Castillo. Now that fastball was right over the heart of the plate. LeBron does not have enough giddy up to live there. Castillo makes him pay.
They get those 2 runs right back. 8-3.
Well, there you go. You said the Cubs would have to score some more to win this game.
Well, they have. And a 2-out rally, single by Valbuena, and the home run by Castillo, and of all people, a White Sox fan grabbed the ball. Maybe he wasn't sure and bought a Sox jersey.
Yeah.
Didn't realize it was from Chicago.
Maybe he wasn't aware of the whole interleague thing. He saw Chicago was in town. I'm going to go to the park tonight.
Two 2-0 on Scherholz. 3 2-run homers. Deep to right, but he got out in front of it. Andrew Miller now just doing the towel drill.
Nate has designs on the pesky pole.
Swing and the miss to end the inning. All Cubs tonight. The latest 2-run blast by the catcher Castillo.
series. It was all about the pitching, but the hitters getting some revenge tonight. 8-3 Cubs lead, even in the hits column. But the Cubs have had 3 leave the ballpark. Ruggiano, Old, and Castillo have gone deep. David Ortiz, 1,000 career extra base hit coming for him here tonight. Start something special with great leases and low financing on a new Honda. Visit shophonda.com or visit your local Honda dealer.
Villanueva against Pierzynski, last of the 5th. Ball 1. Red Sox have had a ton of base runners. They've left 9 on through 4 innings. A strike.
Pierzynski didn't like that call. This ball's not low, is it? No, it's a good pitch. Neal's in his head a little bit here.
Almost hit him. 3-2. Another sweep. Rays over the Yanks. Final today 6-3. Jake Odorizzi got the win. 4-7.
5 in a row for Tampa.
Joe Madden, we're getting a different bus driver on a daily basis. That's kind of neat. Pierzynski walks.
Slings his bat in anger. What's Joe Madden saying about the bus driver?
We're getting a different bus driver on a daily basis. It's kind of neat. That's who we have to be. We're not necessarily built around one guy.
No. I thought with Joe, they were literally getting a different bus driver. I thought maybe there was some karma thing he had going.
Maybe he literally has his players drive the bus. I don't know.
He put out a tweet the other day. He said, I decided to close with Grant, meaning Grant Balfour, today because I saw him walking his grandmother through the hotel lobby and it looked great and he had good karma.
One and 0 on bets. Rays still in last. But if the Cubs hang on here, they'll only be a game behind the Red Sox for 4th. There you see.
Topsy-turvy AL East. Toronto, boy, 3 more home runs today. A walk-off by Encarnacion. He continued to pound the baseball. I was reading a story online today in the Toronto newspaper saying that the Blue Jays have had 10 different people watch Jeff Samardzija pitch since last September. I guess you would say they're quote-unquote on him.
Yeah, that would that'd be a good way to put it. It's a lot of your front office. Well, the Jays and the Orioles, only 2 teams over 500 in the American League East. Just over halfway into the season. 2-1 pitch. High deep drive left field, and Mookie Betts just hit his first career home run.
Pierzynski better hurry up or Mookie's going to pass it.
And it's all of a sudden an 8-5 game.
changeup that drifted up and in a little bit on Betts, and that's never a good place to throw a changeup. Bad things generally happen for the pitcher. It's a great result for Mookie Betts' first major league home run.
Leadoff walk and a homer. Back to a 3-run lead. Herrera batting left-handed now. The Cubs in the first 2 games combined outscored the Red Sox 4-1. Tonight it's 8-5, and we're about halfway home.
I got a prediction. Somebody is going to get ejected by the home plate umpire tonight for arguing balls and strikes.
Okay. If that happens, my pick is A.J. Pierzynski. There's a bunt and a good one. Picked up by Castillo, and a nice play to get him.
Herrera's been on twice. Single hit by pitch, trying to bunt his way aboard. Castillo quickly out from behind home plate to pounce on this one. Good look at it there as he tells Carlos, never mind, I got it.
One out in the inning. Holt 1 for 3 with a run. Curve strike from Villanueva. Cubs have not trailed tonight. The Red Sox are not going away.
Now there is some bad weather expected to roll in here at some point tonight. We thought we'd be okay, but depending on the length of this ball game, you never know.
He got him on strikes for out number 2. Second strikeout, both looking for Villanueva. Over in D.C. and the Nationals won again 4-3, sweep the Rockies. 5 straight wins for Washington.
They're getting healthy. Their pitching is really good.
Ian Desmond with the go-ahead homer. I guess there was a replay review to make sure it was a homer. Ooh. Rockies have dropped 14 out of 16. I guess it was not called a home run, and then it was. Review took 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Like you hit the top of the wall in right center. And then hit a railing in front of the first row. It was in the 7th inning tonight. Doug Fister got the win, 7-2.
Pedroia has a very aggressive yet controlled swing, and he doesn't chase a lot of bad balls. He's got a lot of action. Big leg kick, body flying into the ball.
The other way, it's Sherholtz to end the inning. After 5 from Fenway Park, Cubs 8, Boston 5. We didn't see much offense in the first 2 nights. 2 batters in, it was Ruggiano, Mike Holt. Monster shot. Wellington Castillo to center. He knew he got it. All 2-run homers. Mookie Betts just hit his first career homer. 2-run blast. So it's 8-5 as the Cubs will bat here in the 6th.
Negotiations ongoing with the guy who caught that first major league home run out there. Probably asking for a Big Papi jersey or something. I don't know what the going price is now for first major league home run. Maybe a Mookie Betts autographed bat.
Yeah, maybe a couple tickets to an upcoming game, something like that. Seems reasonable. Strike called. 1-2 on Alt. Home run number 11 his last time up. Dubrat to the plate inside. The Blue Jays beating Milwaukee today. Edwin Encarnacion with the game-ending home run. Driven out into deep left center again, and they'll bang this one off the wall. He'll stand at second with a double. Good night for Mike Olt. 2 for 3 with a homer and a double.
After a stretch of nothing but misery for Mike Olt, having a nice night tonight. Over swinging, just sliding through that baseball. He's so strong. Trusts his swing. Playing a little pepper with the fence, and he's got a leadoff double.
After the game today in Toronto. Encarnacion was asked about the 2-out 3-run homer of Brandon Kintzler. He said, quote, "He hanged it, I banged it."
I banged it.
26th homer of the year. Tied him with Jose Abreu and Nelson Cruz for the major league lead.
Is that proper usage, though? He hanged it? Maybe he hung it?
I think hanged is
Hanged
okay.
is good. Been some noise around here that Jake Peavy, who pitched Monday, might be in jeopardy of losing his spot in the rotation to prompt one of the candidates to possibly replace him. But Peavy was good here Monday night. I suspect he's going to stay in that spot for a while.
Three and one. Bert Badenhop. Three-two pitch on the way. Chop toward third. And it went foul. Good play by Bogarts. That ball just kept hugging the chalk. But just as it passed third, it ended up foul.
No play to be made. Wait and hope for the best. And boy, it just does trickle foul. Good heads up play by Herrera coming over to back up as well. Might as well keep scoring if you're the Cubs.
Napoli over near the tarp. And nearly collides with Holt from right as the ball drops untouched.
As if continuing to score is not always a good idea.
Tonight especially, it would be a good idea.
You know, yesterday was the anniversary of one of my favorite baseball stories. I talked about this off the air a few days ago. 1976, Frank Robinson, player manager for the Cleveland Indians, and that spring he had released or sent out a pitcher by the name of Bob Reynolds. Bullet Bob Reynolds was one of the last cuts from the club that spring.
Toward the hole, Herrera will just hold it. That's a base hit. 2 for 3 for Barney.
So upon being sent down to the minor leagues, Bullet Bob in the papers had some less than flattering things to say about Frank Robinson for sending him out. And the big club was playing the AAA club in July of 1976 in Toledo. Frank Robinson inserted himself as a pinch hitter because Bullet Bob was pitching. Frank hit a fly ball to center field for an out, and as he's walking or running back through the infield, he and Reynolds exchanged words. Robbie trotted over the mound, 1-2, dropped him, flattened him right there on the pitcher's mound in an exhibition game between the big club and the AAA club. and was ejected.
Of course.
Of course, you have to eject him, but
it sounds like something that would have happened
in a
lot
movie.
longer ago than
yeah,
the
or in
70s.
a movie. Yeah, in the 1910s or in a movie.
Don't mess with Frank. Coughlin bunts. Picked up by Dubront. He'll get the out at first. Pedroia,
Look at that.
with a snow cone on the catch over there.
Went through the webbing of his glove, didn't it?
Look at that. Yeah. By the way, it is lightly raining here at Fenway. Not very hard. Might be it for Dubront. It is. So Pedroia will go for glove repairs. And the Red Sox will make a change. Second and third, one out in the sixth. In the rain now, 8-5 Cubs. Services on night and weekend games. The remote parking lot is located at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com. Veteran right-hander Burt Badenhop make his second appearance in this series. A scoreless seventh with 2 strikeouts on Monday. He's a bundle of energy.
Yeah, I was talking to himself, circling the mound, bouncing around out there. Channel all that energy. An extreme ground ball pitcher. Sinkers. Slider and a changeup to go along with it.
Ruggiano takes a strike. Alt at third, Barney at second. Cubs already leading 8-5. Some crooked numbers tonight. 3 in the first, 3 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth. Base hit. Here comes Alt. Barney's going to be held by Gary Jones. 9-5. Throw goes through. Ruggiano will hold it first. Third RBI of the night for Ruggiano.
Sinker doesn't sink. It flattens out and it gets hit hard, and Ruggiano delivers an RBI single. John Farrell was hoping was get Ruggiano, walk Rizzo, go after Castro. Ruggiano, spoiling that plan. You know, Rizzo would love to get in on this long ball act here at Fenway Park. Originally drafted by the Sox. Park a good fit for a left-handed hitter who can drive the ball the other way and take advantage of the monster.
Ball staying fair and is foul. So another smart play by Bogaerts. This time he picked it up once it was foul.
Oh, had a little shimmy going. Didn't know where it wanted to go. All kinds of funky spin. Started to drift foul, kick back fair, and then ultimately faded foul again. They not thought he had the inside corner. May have. Rizzo so close to home plate sometimes influences the umpire's call.
Pedroia, Herrera, Napoli. That's a double play, and that's the inning. Cubs settle for one. 9-5.
The game along with Rick Renteria. Log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape. Pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
The Lemonheads. We bring you back to Fenway Park, 9-5. The Cubs have the lead.
The candy, isn't it? Lemonhead?
Yeah. And from Boston. Yep. Dual purposes. Breath by Villanueva. And the pitch to Ortiz is a strike.
You like those Boston baked bean candies?
Wow, it's been a while since I've had those.
I know. They're just for nostalgic reasons.
The only thing I haven't had this week that I should have is a lobster roll. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ortiz. Okay.
Smith Brothers. The cough drop boys are warming up.
Slitter on the left is the righty, and Russell is the lefty. Mirror images. We're getting some tweets now from Cub fans about some Boston bands they don't want to hear. And all I'm going to tell you is, if you don't want to hear something, don't tweet us, because if you do, well, I might end up playing it out of spite. Two lifted down the left field line, and it's going to make the seats out of play.
Ortiz somewhat menacing in the batter's box. Big and powerful. Got that elbow guard on. Make sure you push him off the plate from time to time.
Hit hard on the ground. It'll be picked up by Olt. The throw to Rizzo. It's past him. We've got a third baseman basically playing rover. Made a nice play to get to the ball, and maybe had a little more time than he thought. Did not make an accurate throw.
Yeah, it's a play he never makes. So the timing piece of it a little bit foreign to him. He does a nice job showing good range, and hurried when he didn't have to. Had a little more time to set himself before making that throw. E5 in shallow right field.
I think Ortiz is going to scream at the score.
Looks like he looks like a rock'em sock'em robot. He's the red guy, red rocker.
Ground ball fair. Olt on the dive, couldn't get that one. The fan did not touch it apparently. Ortiz to third, where he jogs in safely. It's a double for Napoli, and the Red Sox again will not go away.
On and on we go. Napoli rolls over on this one, but right down the third base line, despite Mike Olt's best efforts. Down and on into the left field corner it goes. A tough error charged to Olt. Now a double by Napoli. Red Sox pretty good shape here. Tighten this thing up.
Red Sox are like vampires. I feel like we're just going to have to play until the sun comes up tomorrow morning for the Cubs to get out of here with a sweep.
Because you can't put a stake through their heart. That's probably against the law.
Gomes has driven in 2. Ortiz back to third as Olt gets Gomes. That is what somebody did not want to hear a little earlier, although somebody else did request a little Godsmack. Well, there you have it. You dared us, we did it. And there's how you can reach us. Email, Facebook, and Twitter. Bogaerts 0 for 2 with a walk. Cute off the end of the bat. Throw is going to go to the plate. Ortiz is out by a lot.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was running there.
Me
I mean,
too.
Situation where he's not going on contact, he's reading it off the bat, or maybe he was going on contact, but pretty easy play. Maybe the only option Rizzo had at that point. I don't know if Villanueva was going to get over to first base in time to get Bogaerts. At first, that would have been a very difficult play. Ortiz really did the Cubs a favor there.
It's going to be it for Villanueva. The Brzezinski due up. Let's
see if they got a play on Bogaerts here. See, Villanueva's hesitant. No way, they're not going to get Bogaerts. This is the only option Rizzo has.
Boy, that's heads up play by Rizzo. We'll be back in the 6th. All right, not necessarily the best determination of a reliever's effectiveness, but giving up an opponent's batting average of only 177, 14 hits in his 23 innings.
Pitches often, doesn't pitch a lot. 34th appearance. Typically comes in for a batter or two. We're trying to neutralize the left-handed hitting A.J. Brzezinski.
First pitch swinging in the air to left. And they get out of it. Little new addition as we go to break. 9-5 Cubs. Budweiser, great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. 9-5, the Cubs going for the sweep. And they will bat here in the 7th inning. Starlin Castro to lead it off. Outside. 1-1. Boy, good escape job there to get out of that 6th inning. Cubs had a 4-run lead. Still have a 4-run lead. They had them in 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. Villanueva and Russell escaped.
Red Sox have left 11 men on base now tonight.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Bounce to 3rd. Bogarts makes the play. Valbuena 1 for 3. Singleton scored in the 5th. First career start as a DH. Called strike 1. Update some of those out-of-town scores. Pirates leading the Diamondbacks 5-1, bottom of the 8th in Pittsburgh. Gregory Polanco has hit his 3rd home run. Braves still leading at home over the Mets 3-1, bottom of the 8th. In that one, all the Atlanta runs coming in the 1st inning. They're looking for their 7th straight win. Marlins 5, Phillies 0 in Miami. Saltalamacchia with his 8th. They're in the 8th. White Sox leading the Angels in the 7th in Chicago 2-1. David Freese has homered for the Angels. Baltimore leading Texas 6-4 at Camden Yards in the 8th. Jones and Flaherty have homered for Baltimore. Need to win to stay within a game of the Blue Jays. Hit to right, where Holt will put it away. 2 down. Cardinals are at San Francisco tonight. Wainwright and Vogelsong matching up in that one. Cardinals are coming off back-to-back shutout losses. And have scored 1 run in their last 3 games combined. Losing 9-1 and 6-0 at LA, and then 5-0 last night.
Brewers maintaining a fairly comfortable lead in the Central, 6.5 games better than St. Louis. Giants got a big effort out of Tim Lincecum last night, coming off of his no-hitter.
Yeah, 8 shutout.
They needed that in the worst way, boy. Been in a free fall here for a couple of weeks at least.
Speaking of free falls, earlier this year the Red Sox dropped 10 in a row. That's hard to recover from, and they really haven't been able to. Swing and a miss to end the inning. That'll set up the 7th inning stretch. Cubs leading 9-5. Pixies with Where's My Mind. You can send your Cubs selfies to hashtag WGN Cubs on Twitter for an upcoming broadcast. 9-5. The Cubs have the lead as the Red Sox will bat in the bottom of the 7th. James Russell will continue on, at least for the time being, after getting Przinsky to end the 6th.
You find it ironic that Workman started and the score is 9-5?
I beg your pardon.
Seventh inning stretch is done. It's time to play the bottom of the 7th. Mookie Betts, first major league home run last time up. Probably going to see a little two-seamer down and away here. Down but not away.
It's interesting, isn't it? We're here at Fenway Park as Rizzo will take it to the bag unassisted. Manny Ramirez is playing tonight as a player coach with the Iowa Cubs. Edward Mojica in the Boston bullpen. They were playing in Des Moines against Omaha. In her third 0-2. out. Strike 3. Herrera is gone.
Talk about carving up a hitter. That was impressive. Breaking ball, strike 1. Fastball inside corner, strike 2. Cutter. A little off the plate, but he gets a borderline call from Jerry Meals.
Pitch. 2-0.
Cubs have not yet pitched a 3-up, 3-down inning tonight. Russell with a chance to do that. He's gonna have to come back to do it.
Three and one.
James wasting no time between pitches. He knows his mission here. Just pump fastballs over the heart of the plate.
Pulled to right. And just foul and out of play. Cub fans happy. Having a good time here at Fenway. Out into right center. Ruziano will go get it. Brock Bolt, 2 out of 5.
Russell doing what he needed to do after falling behind 3 balls, no strikes. Don't want to walk Bolt. Doesn't hit for a lot of power, so he just started pumping fastballs out over the plate. Put a pretty good swing on that 3-2 offering for a line drive single. So we're still in pursuit of our first 1-2-3 inning by Cubs pitcher here tonight. That's not all that important. The Cubs have a 4-run lead.
On the ground. Bolt. Dug out by Rizzo. We'll go to the 8th. Cubs shooting for a 3-game sweep, leading by 4. Gent. Good friend from Hot Stove Cool Music. Cubs 9, Red Sox 5. Edward Mujica is on.
Veteran right-hander, well-traveled, 2 and 3, 5.65 the earned run average in 30 ball games for the Red Sox. He was a Cardinal last year. Started with the Indians, moved on to the Padres, Marlins. And now finds himself a Red Sox with a 2-year contract for $9.5 million. Sinker, four-seamer, splitter, slider.
I drive to right, way back toward the wall, and it will be a home run. Nate Scherholtz has hit 2 in the series, 10-5. Good effort by Holt. That wall is 3 feet high, right down the right field line. That's the 50th career homer for Nate.
Boy, he's having a real nice series, having a lot of good swings. As Len mentioned, his second home run here. This one going right down the line. The other night it was into the Red Sox bullpen. Great effort by Holt, but not able to come down with it. Mujica gets a rude welcoming into the ball game. Well, last year Nate was really good in the first half and dropped off significantly in the second half. Maybe this year will just be a reverse.
By Alt. Big homer night for the Cubs. Ruggiano number 3. Alt number 11. Castillo with his 6th. Scherholtz with his 5th.
Cubs had scored 6 runs total in their previous 4 ball games.
Over the last month plus, playing over 500. So the 4 home runs tonight, a new season high. Off of third. Foul tip. 2-2.
Set the tone early. 3 in the first. Before the starter, Workman could settle in. Walk, home run, walk, single, and the 3 spot up on the board for the Cubs.
Innings average up to 205. Started at 196. Right field, Holt. It's a busy inning. No play. Brandon Belt coming off the DL. Looks like Friday. He's been on the shelf since early May with a fractured thumb. Fair ball. Third straight hit for Barney. He's got a triple, a single, and a double tonight.
Double was off the monster. This time he pulls the ball right down the third base line. He does this frequently. He's a pull hitter into the corner. Goes and started to come in on that ball. Position himself to play the carom off that area that juts out there a little bit. It missed that, went all the way into the corner, but Barney having to settle for two.
Nice shake, Colin. Nice shake.
Swing and a miss by Coughlin. Well, you like the fact that while Travis Wood did not have his best stuff tonight, the offense just saying, okay, you know what? Pitching's carried us here lately. We'll handle it tonight.
Yeah, and easier to live with if you're Travis. You never want to go out and not perform, but when your team scores a bunch of runs and your club ends up winning the game and making a bit of a leap there, because Red Sox still have 6 outs to play with, but if it does turn out that the Cubs win this game, it's a little easier to take if you're Travis Wood.
One, 2 on Coughlin.
The only Cub without a hit tonight.
Knocked down by Mujica, and he'll get the out at first with Barney holding at second. Two outs, and now Ruggiano. 2 hits, including a home run. He's knocked in 3. Fastball missing low, ball 1. Got a good tweet. Suspect Burke. Just saw Starlin and Wellington talking in the dugout. Do they speak in their native tongue or English? Probably speaking Spanish. We talked to Ricky recently, and I asked him about some of the younger guys and whether he speaks to them, the Spanish-speaking players, in Spanish or English. And there's a guy like Junior Lake. He's in the group setting, he'll speak in English, and then he might also say it in Spanish just to make sure they understand. But it's important for the organization, and Ricky has said that these guys do learn English. And you and I have talked. I took some Spanish in high school and college. I wish I had taken more, because I would love to speak to all the guys in their first language.
I got Rosetta Stone at home. I'm going to learn.
You are good.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow up with you. Ruggiano swings and misses. And the inning is over. Scherholtz with a home run as we enjoy some gravel pit to break. 10-5, Cubs late.
second consecutive time David Ortiz will lead off an inning, and he'll lead off an inning. That means nobody on base. That's how you want to face Big Papi. Happened in the 6th. He reached on an error. Mike Wolf made a play out in shallow right field and made an errant throw at first base.
The Red Sox could be 9 under. The Yankees are a game under. Tampa Bay 11 under. Hard to figure. Best division in baseball, top to bottom's got to be the NL Central, right? You look at the records.
Probably, yeah.
There's just a quality of competition throughout.
Yeah, you do the composite records of all the teams within the division.
Top 4 teams are over break even. The Pirates a winner tonight, 5-1 over the Diamondbacks. And the Reds losing 3 straight, but generally playing very well. Brewers setting the pace.
Could have made a case for the AL West a couple weeks ago, but the Rangers have dropped off. They're just 37 and 46 now. They've lost 3 in a row, won twice in their last 10 tries.
2 teams from Texas well under.
Bum, bum, bum. You play Sweet Caroline here in case you
that song in your head. A's just got swept by Detroit. Angels and Mariners in pretty good shape, and then Rangers and Astros at the bottom. Right field, Sherholt's going after it. He won't get there, and that'll bounce out of play for another double. Second of the night for Ortiz.
That'll do it for Russell.
Eighth inning pitching change, 10-5 Cubs. Five-run lead in the 8th.
Now Brian on for the 38th time. He's allowed runs in 5 of his previous 37 appearances. He hits 185 against them. heavily on that two-seam fastball. Throw a whole bunch of those. And 28 years of age. From Oak Park. Tee.
Well, Napoli has the fuller beard. At least at one time he did. Just kind of cleaned it up a little bit. Schlitter has longer hair. Not that any of that really matters, but just got their pictures on the scoreboard, and I'm doing a little comparison. One and one the count. Here it is. 1-2. Red Sox have done a really good job getting him on, but they have left 12 on base tonight. They've scored 5 runs, which is pretty big output compared to what they've done lately. But they're trailing by 5.
The 6th inning really hurt them. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and they failed to score. Not going anywhere.
Now a 2-2. Oh, Napoli.
Wellington making the case that the ball hit the butt end of the bat. The knob. You could hear it. Sounded like it.
Yeah. Sounded like he broke his back.
Wow. Oh, hit up on the handle.
Yeah.
Scary. Schlitter usually pretty good about keeping the ball down. That one got away.
Full count, 3-2. Wesley Wright
His fastball about 85% of the time. That one went on the board at 96 miles an hour.
Drilled out into the alley. And Ortiz will score, but it's going to be a long single. 10-6. 2 walks, a double, a single. And 5 plate appearances for Napoli tonight.
Yeah, pretty impressive swing of the bat there by Napoli after getting his tower buzzed by that up and in fastball. Hangs in there and rips this 95-mile-an-hour fastball off the wall. Settle for a single. The Cubs outfielders have really played the wall well here in this series.
Getting some help from Eric Hinsky, the outfield coach who at one time played for the Red Sox. Played a lot of games here in general in his career. Strike one called. And Johnny Gomes. Cued back to Schlitter. Not a good throw. And they only get one. Thankfully they got one as the throw went to Barney. He was off the bag, but he was able to beat Napoli to second.
How good is Darwin Barney? He just finds himself in the right place at the right time so often. The comebacker to Schlitter. Castro's running over to cover the bag. Barney gives up on the play because Castro's got coverage. The errant throw handled by Barney, and he gets an out of it.
One to Bogarts.
Either that or there was miscommunication on the coverage to begin with. And Darwin was just going to yield to Castro when he saw him breaking to cover the base. Whoop. Back to Pawtucket for you, young lady.
Really good on the tough plays, but some of the easy ones. Sometimes the balls hit right at you. You lose a little focus.
Yeah, well, on a night like tonight, the concentration wavers a little bit. She's been out there on her bucket a long time.
Oh, you missed a chance. You were saying she was going to go from the bucket to Pawtucket?
Mm-hmm. Take your bucket and get to Pawtucket. Ever been to a game in Pawtucket?
I have not.
I believe they still play at McCoy Stadium. That was the name of it. And the dugout, there's a big high wall above the dugout. The fans hang out and they take baseball cards and they put them on like a fishing line, like they're fishing for autographs. They dangle them down into the dugout. Kind of bob them up and down in front of you like bait.
Paw socks, right?
Yeah, some guys will take a coffee can and they'll put a whole bunch of cards in there and drop that down and hope the whole team will sign, or a guy will sign a whole bunch of his own card.
Bogart's grinding it out here, 2-2. 0 for his last 22, but he did walk in the third. He got him, and Bogarts knew it.
Wasn't really picking at corners there, was he? Pretty aggressive with that fastball. Bogarts just didn't pull the trigger.
Strike call to Brzezinski. Ready for this? Jason Hamill, Tanner Roark. Friday morning. 7-5 with a 298. Both guys. Same record, same earned run average.
That's pretty even matchup right there.
Jeff Samardzija, Gio Gonzalez on Saturday, and then Jake Arrieta, Jordan Zimmerman Sunday.
Boy, good pitching matchups.
Really good matchups. Brzezinski whiffs. Back-to-back Ks to end the inning. Off to the ninth. 10-6 Cubs. ninth inning. 10-6 Cubs, each team with 12 hits. Red Sox have not been particularly efficient, though. They've stranded 13 over the first 8 innings. Here's left-hander Craig Breslow.
Well, Craig's 2-2. He has an ERA of 4.23. He's on for the 29th time. And you'll note that second to last category down there, that's not good. He's walked more than he struck out. 23 passes, 18 strikeouts, leading to a very high whip. Walks plus hits per innings pitched of better than 1.8. Fastball, cutter, curveball change for the smartest man in baseball.
So the score holds up. Who gets the win? Villanueva?
Well, it's going to be up to the official score.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe Russell.
An inning and a third, he gave up 1 run. Starter can't get the win. Travis Wood only went 3 2/3.
So usually it's the first guy that comes in relief of the starter who pitches effectively. Carlos got a huge out in the 4th with the bases loaded. But ultimately his line didn't look that good. 2 1/3, 2 hits, 2 runs. I don't know. Maybe nobody gets it. Tonight's winning pitcher, nobody.
Someone suggested Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah, give it to Jeff.
For all the ones he didn't get.
There you go.
Earlier.
I like that idea.
One, 2 to Rizzo. We'll do it again. Cubs baseball produced by Mark Brady. Directed by Skip Ellison. Stanton is our associate producer. The executive producer, Bob Vorwald. Christina Ballas back at our WGN studios. Our coordinator, Michael Vorwald, assisting here at Fenway Park as well. Great job done. That ball will drop in front of Gomes for a base hit.
Second hit of the night for Rizzo, plus a walk. Channeling his inner Rod Carew there.
Castro 1 out of 4 with an RBI. Big cut and a miss. Oh, 2. Bounced up the middle and threw into center. Cubs with 10 runs, and they may not be finished. 2 on, nobody out.
Good swing here, right back through the middle goes Castro. Solid ground ball single. Breslow drifts a little bit towards the third base side after he makes his delivery, kind of takes him out of the picture.
Oh, 1. 37,055. A lot of the fans here have headed for their next destination as we're nearing the 4-hour mark. Has definitely had a Yankees Red Sox feel in terms of pace.
Yeah, and what did we do? 340 last night for a 2-1 ball game?
35 last night. Pulled to right, the base hit. Rizzo around third. He's going to score. Castro coming to third. He's going to be held there on a double by Valbuena. 11-6.
Second hit for Valbuena. Had a single in the fifth. Good bat flip. Has a little problem with it down there in the corner. Really change the outcome. He just had to wait for it to kick out. I think AJ's a little tired there behind home plate the way he caught that last one, and I don't blame him. It's been a long night.
Winfield in the 1-0. Downstairs. 15 hits, 11 runs, 4 homers.
Changeup. Cubs haven't had many games like this year. Haven't had an output like this in a good while. I'm looking at the day by day here, and I go all the way back to May 12th when they put 17 on the board against the Cardinals.
Good pass at that one. 2-2.
Under the category, the game sure has changed. On this date in 1933, the great Carl Hubble pitched an entire 18-inning shutout for the Giants over the Cardinals. 1-0.
They don't have a pitch count, probably.
No. Struck out 12, walked nobody, allowed 6 hits. His counterpart, Tex Carlton, kind of wimpy. He only went 16.
What would make you take out a guy after 16?
I don't know. They didn't want the other team to get that 7th AB off of them. Advanced statistics indicate that the 7th look is dangerous.
Brzezinski held on. That's a strikeout. First out here in the ninth. Juan Marichal and Warren Spahn. 15 scoreless innings each. Willie Mays with a home run off Spahn in the 16th. Giants won 1-0. July 2nd, 1963.
Spahn was 40, wasn't he, when that happened?
Find out very easily.
I call him Spahny because we're tight.
Yeah.
I met him at a golf tournament once, so I feel like I call him Spahny.
He would have been 42.
Yeah.
In 1963. 2-1 on Scherholtz, who homered off Mujica in the 8th.
A lot of room to work with behind this drawn-in infield. A little flare will get the job done.
Kept asking Marichal to come out. He said, "Not while that old man is still out there." Right center and a base hit. Castro inbound, playing it at third. Scherholtz heating up. Good to see. 12-6.
A little more than a flare, but didn't really blister it either. Albuena had to hang on to make sure it wasn't caught. Castro crossing home plate. Everybody in the Cubs lineup has scored at least 1 run here tonight.
Rizzo twice, Castillo twice, Alt twice. And here's Mike.
Change up pretty well.
Two and 0 on Alt. 2-1. Popped up. Napoli makes a grab. 2 outs in the inning. Darwin Barney getting another opportunity here, and he's a home run away from the cycle. That'll be it for Breslow. 12-6 Cubs in the ninth. With 2 outs, runners at the corners, and a guy looking for a possible cycle. Darwin Barney.
Well, why not? Zawa has allowed 3 home runs in 34 2/3. He's got a good split finger pitch. John Farrell managing to the bitter end here tonight.
I mean, if you're Darwin, you got to be swinging for the monster, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Team is ahead by 6 runs here in the final inning. Couldn't blame a guy for
get up on top of the plate, try to hook one. Kind of his approach anyway.
Race 21 years ago, the last Cub to do it. Too high for ball 1. 3 in the first, 3 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth, 1 in the eighth, 2 in the ninth for the Cubs. There you see the last 3 trips to the plate for Barney. No cycle, but he's going to drive in a run with his 4th hit. Valbuena touches the plate. It's 13-6.
If you had the Cubs in the 13-run pool, you're a winner. That's the 3rd 3-run inning for the Cubs tonight.
Good to see for Darwin Barney. Trying to get a little breathing room between his batting average and the 200 mark. He started at 196 tonight. He's now up to 214.
Coughlin with another chance to join the hit parade. But he walked to start the ball game and scored. Put down a nice sacrifice bunt in the 6th.
Second most hits this year. They had 20 at St. Louis. You referenced that 17-5 win back on May 12th. 13 runs, 17 hits tonight. Make it 18 hits. Sherholtz is in. Barney will stop per Gary Jones' instructions. 14-6.
My goodness. Boys are going to enjoy that off day in Washington tomorrow. Now, indeed, everybody does have a base hit tonight as Coughlin whacks one into the corner for a double.
Put a hurting on Breslow's earned run average. He gave up 4 runs in 2/3 of an inning. Swing by Ruggiano. Ruziano went 0-2. Ninth batter of the inning. 4 runs in.
No fun for a relief pitcher to come into a game like this. You got a bunch of guys on the other side who are having good nights, seeing the ball well, feeling good about themselves. Friggin' easy at bats.
Final Braves over the Mets. That's a sweep.
Leo Tehran for the Braves tonight. He's having a heck of a year.
8-5.
With an ERA of 2.29 now. 7 innings, 4 hit, 1 run baseball tonight. Probably an all-star. Charlie Morton, the winner tonight as Pittsburgh beat Arizona 5-1. Now 5-9. Chase Anderson, the loser, 5-4. You know what else happened on this day?
What's that?
A couple things. In 1903, a fellow by the name of Jack Dosher made his debut for the Cubs, becoming the first major league player whose father played in the big leagues to also play in the major leagues. And this was also the day that the great Big Ed Delahanty died. He was jumping teams from Washington to New York, so he boarded a train in Detroit, got kicked off the train because he was drunk in Niagara Falls, and either fell or jumped to his death. There's kind of some intrigue as to what happened.
It's the great Philly, right?
Yeah, Phillies. He played for 3 or 4 different clubs. But yeah, he was a Hall of Famer, one of the great stars, you know, in the Wayback Machine, late 1800s.
It's a very depressing story.
Well, I thought it was fitting.
Long battle here.
The conductor kicked him off the train.
And they're going to get a couple more. Here comes Barney. Here comes Coughlin. What a night for Ruziano. He's knocked in 5.
Yeah, if you're trying to determine who the player of the game is, you change your vote with every at bat. Barney 4 hits. He's got to be the player of the game. Wait a minute, look what Ruziano's doing. Cubs have hit around here in the 9th.
looking like it's going to be, time-wise, the longest 9-inning game in the big leagues this season. It just went over 4 hours. The Cubs doing a lot of damage with the bats tonight. Inside on Rizzo. He started the inning with a single off a left-hander, Breslow.
Zawa with that little hitch in his giddy up there and his delivery. I think that might make him hard to time. That has not been the case for the Cub hitters off the road here. He's got this little hesitation.
Rizzo hits it high in the air, shallow right. Pedroia calling off Holt. And the Cubs get 6 runs in the ninth. 10 batters come to the plate. They lead by 10 with 3 outs to go. Into Fenway Park. Kind of been the friendly confines for the Cubs, hasn't it, this week?
Yeah, boy, you starting out on this long road trip. Not sure how things are going to fare. Stiff competition upcoming in Washington and Cincinnati. Red Sox, although having a down year, figure this might be a tough series, but the Cubs come in and going to walk out of town with a sweep.
Mookie Betts against Justin Grimm. New Cubs pitcher, and a strike on the rookie who hit his first career homer. 2-run blast in the 5th inning. Still felt like a ball game at that point. Cubs pulling away here late. Big time. One ball, one strike. Grimm ahead 1-2. Bouncer that Alt will try to barehand, and he can't quite get it. And Betts was thinking about second. Decides to hang at first.
Betts with a long one, and now an infield hit as Cole tries to make the barehanded play and comes up empty.
Herrera, the shortstop in the 9 spot, has reached twice. Hit and then hit by a pitch. And scored once. Ball 1.
Everybody in the Cubs lineup, as we mentioned, hitting safely tonight. Everybody in the Red Sox lineup except for Xander Bogaerts with a base hit tonight.
22 runs, 32 hits combined, 5 homers. After very little offense in the first 2 games, 5 runs combined.
Red Sox pitchers have thrown 192 pitches tonight. Cubs at 179.
Tomahawk to center. Ruziano drifting, and he's got it.
Outfielders combined have ran 312 miles.
So the Twitter buzz among the Boston beat writers, I'm noticing, seem to think that Ortiz will be eventually given a hit on that ball in the 6th, played by Mike Olt, shallow right.
Because of his speed?
Well, yeah, I think because of where he was playing and kind of an off-balance throw. I didn't have a problem with the error being called, but it's a unique type play. It's almost like a right fielder trying to throw out a guy at first. Are you okay with the error?
I am.
And in the end, it doesn't mean a whole
Well,
lot.
he was playing, out there. So to me, I break it into 2 parts. He caught the ball, did a nice job going to get the ball. And he clearly had plenty of time to get him, and he made an errant throw.
Whipped into right. Betts heading to 3rd. Third hit for Holt. To me, like Pedroia was just going to take. He's maybe looking to just take a strike, which is certainly the prudent thing to do, but you don't see guys today always do it with your team down big late. He does swing away at that pitch. Deep right. Still back, and it's going to one-hop the barrier. Betts is in. Holt stops at 3rd. It's a double for Pedroia. And it's 16-7.
Yeah, I think that whether you take or not, a lot of it is if you're down big but still having a reasonable chance to get back in the game, you're down 4 or 5 runs, maybe it makes sense to take. In this situation, down 10 runs, the hitters a lot of times are I'm just going for myself here. We're down 10 runs. We'll hit the ball out of the ballpark. Off the base of the wall, and another 3-hit night for Pedroia. He's been collecting those here lately.
And Nava is going to bat for Ortiz. Rangers and Orioles are in a rain delay in the 8th inning in Baltimore. 6-4. Orioles with a lead. Leury Garcia pinch hit single in the bottom of the 9th, and the White Sox have beaten the Angels 3-2. Cardinals will not get shut out tonight. They have a 2-0 lead at San Francisco in the bottom of the 4th. And Adam Wainwright. Ground ball, and Barney can't get it. 1 run in. Here comes another. That's a 2-run single for Daniel Nava. 16-9.
I guess we have to give high marks to John Farrell's group for not giving up here at the 9th. Having good at bats. Justin Grimm, but come on, fellas, let's just get this over with. I'm doing my part. I'm trying to throw it in there. You're supposed to hit it at somebody. We go eat the spread.
Cub fans who are not used to watching American League East baseball, and it hasn't always been like this for the Red Sox this year, but this is kind of what it can be like here at Fenway Park.
A good hitter's ballpark. Some friendly dimensions, a fast infield. Almost no foul territory. Got a bunch of batting champions here in Boston. Not that they weren't deserving, but the field certainly helps.
Called strike 3. Napoli retired. And 2 down here in the 9th. Grimm and Gomes matching up here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Cubs leading by 7.
Well, you've got me replaying that play in my head now, the old play on the Big Poppy. I guess I could understand a hit in that Mike hurried the throw when he didn't have to, but he thought he had to.
Right.
So I don't know, maybe an error in judgment, but trying to make a play, thinking it was going to be a lot closer than it was as he spun around to make that throw.
We'll keep an eye on it here over the next few days. See if they change it. Just curious.
Well, there was a story here just a few days ago when Big Papi was grousing about the official scoring, and Major League Baseball put out a statement saying, wait a minute here, you can't be taking the official score to task. And what Ortiz said at the time was that the home official scores are supposed to have our back, and that's not true. It's supposed to be unbiased.
Score it as you see it. Good heat there.
And he later apologized. Said, yeah, I just got caught up. You know me, I'm an emotional guy. I got caught up in the emotion of it.
The Cub fans making noise here at Fenway Park. And there are a lot of them. 3-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Gomes thought it was ball 4. He was walking down to first. He got halfway there before realizing he was called out. What a series for the Cubs. Great pitching in the first 2 games and one of the best offensive nights of the year here in game 3. 16-9.
Yeah, 19 hits, 16 runs on a night that they needed to score a lot of runs. Darwin Barney and company coming through in a big way.
Cubs sweep, and we'll wrap it up from Boston in a moment.